Hello and welcome to 90 days of web development. It's just 90 days really is what the series should be. But I am on my 17th day of web development. So 17 out of 90 days of web development. That's what it is. So how is everyone? I'm doing okay here. We're gonna do a bit about accessibility today. We've got a review on typography that we learned more about yesterday. And we got some notes to review. And so let's see, what else do we have? We have the module on accessibility that's going to be best practices for accessibility in CSS. We've got some tools to check for good color contrast. Best practices for hiding content. And so there's also a workshop that's a build a quiz webpage and a lab on building a tribute page. And that is, that's what we got up for today. We put the review for accessibility, what we learned today, will be pushed to days 18. Day 19 will be the quiz on today's topic. So let's hop over here and we'll get our 24 minutes of pomodoros, 10 of them in total, a short break in between, and a break after 5. So let's see what we got here. What do we got here? We got a review. So let's take a look at our review from yesterday. Let's see what's going on there. What's going on over there? Okay, let's get this up here. So some notes here. We had some typography terminology. Let's go ahead and get the review up to see what gaps we need to fill here. All right, so they have their terminology. We got a whole bunch of terms to define there. Okay, so this is a decently sized review. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this whole thing and copy that, and then we'll go into the other side here. Close some of these tabs since we're done with them. And this is a review on CSS here. Still like that there. Okay. Introduction to typography. So we've got a whole bunch of definitions up at the top, so let's go through them. Introduction to typography. So typography is the art of choosing the right fonts and format to make text visually appealing and easy to read. Type refers to how the characters are designed and arranged, so individual characters. Typeface is the overall design, whereas a font is the specific instance of that, right? Specific variation. Typeface overall design, style of a set of characters, numbers, and symbols, like a blueprint for a family of fonts. A font is a specific variation of a typeface with specific characteristics such as size, weight, width, and style. Serif typeface has a classical style with small lines at the end of characters. Serif typefaces are commonly used for printed materials like books. Sans serif typeface has a more modern look without the small lines at the end of the characters. Sans serif typefaces are commonly used in digital design because they are easy to read on screen. Some examples include Helvetica, Arial, and Roboto. And then let's define those terms that were in those definitions before. The font weight is the thickness of the characters, including light, regular, bold, and black. Font style is slant and orientation of the characters, like italic and oblique. So that's interesting that that's different. So bold and a font weight is different than the style. Font width is the horizontal space occupied by characters, like condensed and expanded. Baseline is the imaginary line on which most of the characters rest. The cap height is the height of the uppercase letters measured from the baseline to the top. X height is the average height of lowercase letters, excluding ascenders and descenders. And ascenders are the parts of lowercase letters that extend above the X height, such as the tops of the letters H, B, D, and F. Descenders are the parts that go below the baseline, such as the tails of Y, G, P, and Q. Kerning is how the space is adjusted between specific pairs of characters to improve their readability and aesthetics. And one of the examples they used was, reducing the space between a capital A and a capital V, or even a lowercase v, because by default there's going to be a little too much space. Tracking is how space is adjusted between all characters in a block of text. It's essentially the distance between the characters. It affects how dense and open the text will be. And I think tracking is the letter spacing property in CSS. Leading is the vertical space between lines of text. It's measured from the baseline of one line to the baseline of the next line. And so you can also change this. So in CSS, I think the analog to this, or the implementation of this idea is line height. So if you adjust the line height, I think you're adjusting the leading. Best practices with typography: you should choose clear and simple fonts to make your designs easy to understand. It's particularly important for the main text of your website. Ooh. Users are more likely to engage with your content if the font is easy to read. You should use 2 or 3 fonts at most to create a visual consistency. Using too many fonts can make the text more difficult to read and weaken your brand's identity. This can also impact the user experience by increasing the load time of the website. You can use font size to create a visual hierarchy for headings, subheadings, paragraphs, and other elements. For example, the main heading of a web page should have a larger font, followed by subheadings with smaller font sizes. This will give every element in the hierarchy a specific font size that helps users navigate through the structure visually. The font family property, CSS, is a font family is a group of fonts that share a common design. All the fonts that belong to the same family are based on the same core typeface, but they also have variations in their style, weight, and width. You can specify multiple font families in order of priority from highest to lowest by separating them with commas. These alternative fonts will act as fallback options. You should always include a generic font family at the end of the font family list. Okay, and so common font families used in CSS are serif, sans serif, monospace, cursive, and fantasy. Web space fonts, or web safe fonts. The definition: these fonts are a subset of fonts that are very likely to be installed on a computer or device. When the browser has to render a font, it tries to find the font file on the user system. If the font's not found, it will usually fall back to a default system font. Web-safe fonts are like sans serif fonts are commonly used for web development because they don't have small feet or lines at the ends of the characters, so they're easier to read on screen. Some examples of web-safe sans serif fonts are Arial, Verdana, and Trebuchet MS. In contrast, serif fonts do have small feet at the end of the characters, so they're commonly used for traditional print. And web-safe serif fonts include Times New Roman and Georgia. Okay, do I have that one set? I do. Just need to change this thing here. Okay. At rules and the at font face at rule. So by the definition of an at rule is that they're statements that provide instructions to the browser. You can use them to define various aspects of the style sheet. Such as media queries, keyframes, font faces, and more. Font face allows you to define a custom font by specifying the font file format and other important properties like weight and style. For the font face at rule to be valid, you also need to specify the SRC or source property. This property contains references to the font resources. So you say your font family, and then you give the sources for those. So for each font resource, you can also specify the format, but it's optional. It's a hint for the browser of the font format. If the format is omitted, the resource will be downloaded and the format will be detected after it's downloaded. If the format is invalid, the source will not be downloaded. Possible font formats include collection, embedded OpenType, OpenType SVG, TrueType, WOLF, which is web open. What is it called? Open font format. And then web open font format 2. I forgot what the difference is. I think one's more compressed. Is that what it is? Yeah, so here it is. They explain here. So WOLF stands for Web Open Font Format. It's widely used font format developed by Mozilla in collaboration with Type Supply, Let Error, and other organizations. The difference between WOLF and WOLF2 is the algorithm used to compress the data. OpenType is a scalable computer font format developed by Microsoft and Adobe that allows users to access additional features in a font. It's widely used across major operating systems. The tech function is used to specify the technology of the font resource, and it's an optional value to add to the source. Let's see, working with external fonts. So they give us an example here. So an external font is a font file that is not included directly within your project files. They're usually hosted on a separate server. To include these external fonts inside your project, you can use a link element and import statement inside your CSS. Google Fonts is a Google service that that offers collections of fonts, many of which are designed specifically for web development. So an example of downloading from they're using the pre-connect. I haven't seen, they didn't really explain this part. I don't know what this is. Is this before you actually load the page? So when you're getting the page information, you want to load the font first. I'm not sure what that cross origin thing is for. CSS2, family Roboto, rel style sheet there. Okay. Roboto thin, font family Roboto, sans serif 100 on the weight, and font style is normal. So I don't know what this stuff is. It's like pre-connect, you're connecting to the font API and then connecting to the gstatic.com as a cross-origin thing. Does that mean you're going... I don't know. What does that mean? Still don't know about that stuff. Is cross-origin between server and client? Or is it between servers? So an example using the @import statement here, which is how I'm used to using this. Oh, gosh. You specify the URL and you use the @import statement. You basically just copy and paste what Google Fonts or whatever the font resource gives you as the embedded code. This is another popular resource is Font Squirrel. You can use that to add custom external fonts to the projects. Text shadow property is a property used to apply shadows to text. Specify the X and Y offset. Represent the horizontal and vertical distance of the shadow from text respectively. These values are required. Positive values of the X offset and Y offset will move the shadow right and down, and negative values will move it left and up. All right, so they give us an example here. Let's go ahead and copy that example. We'll do this HTML here. And let's just go ahead and copy that, paste it in there. Just the text shadow property there. There we go. You can change the shadow color. And should almost be done here. You can change the color, right? Shadow color. Oh god, you can even set the blur radius. And then there's a way to apply multiple shadow effects by just separating by a comma. Or yeah, with a comma, and then they put them on different lines just for clarity then. Okay. All right, we test that we have reviewed the CSS typography topics and concepts and move along. Let's see. So got that. Let's move this over to quizzes. My gosh, I am so tired today. I'm just like the tiredest I've ever been. I didn't skip breakfast. So, wow, this is a long pomodoro. The first pomodoro. It's always very long. It's always a long one here. Okay, so what we have up for today, we have the accessibility. We're gonna look at best practices and color contrast and that stuff. And so we really haven't been coding our HTML with accessibility in mind. Oh gosh. We haven't been adding the ARIA labels and that stuff, and a lot of the things we did were not very semantic because, like, a lot of them aren't. They weren't articles, so they didn't have that natural like main thing there where you could separate things into sections and whatnot. The newspaper article thing that we did yesterday, we could have done that when we probably should have. We definitely should have. But I just wanted to be done with it. Yeah, I need a nap from this stuff. After I complete this certification, it's gonna be July, so then hopefully I'll take a couple days off from there. For the week of the 4th, which is a holiday here in the States. It's actually the big 250 anniversary since the signing of the Declaration of Independence. So it's kind of a big one, and it kind of doesn't feel like a big deal. There's a lot of bullshit happening that makes us like not really in the mood for celebrating. Yeah. Okay, so let's get started with the theory end of this. So this should only take probably 2 pomodoros to get through these ones. It seems very quick, so might even be able to get it done in the one. We'll start this one today, or on this pomodoro, and then the other one we'll finish up the next one, and then we'll have building a quiz web page and building a tribute page, and then we'll have some time to review some other stuff, but that gives a good amount of time to really focus on going through step by step of the workshop, and also going above and beyond for the tribute page. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. I should keep like a page of these things, although I think what I could do is no, you know what, I'll save that. I know that we have the like build a page of playing cards we could add here, so we can say this is a lab or certification project. We could even say that this is from Free Code Camp, right? Free Code Camp certification project was that one. I'm really happy with the way that turned out. We can take a look at this other one. Actually, let me just do this for now. Organizing the labs and stuff that we had, and actually you could apply properties writ large on these things. So it's not in the box, it's in here, and we have the portfolio. We have a page there, and so we have to design a contact form. So this was a lab, so let's just say free code camp lab, and this was a lab. Should move that free code camp thing to something else. This was a lab as well. Confidential page, this was a lab as well. Build a page playing cards was a certification project. This was a lab, that was a lab, that was a lab. So, yeah, this was the stuff I could do on day one. I don't know why this is inserting an xref. I don't know what that is. Yeah, we're gonna take a break. Maybe? Come on, let's take a break. Okay, so when designing websites, ensuring good color contrast is crucial for accessibility and readability. Several tools are available to help developers and designers check and maintain appropriate color contrast. I'll drop this link in the chat. One popular tool is WebAIM's Color Contrast Checker. Let's go ahead and get that one up here. Is there a link to that? No? Color contrast. There was a contrast ratio thing that we were working on. I'd like to maybe make our own. That would be nifty. So let's give a test of our values, because I know that I have mine. What if I did my foreground, with the background? This is the foreground, the accent color, and it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad contrast. Fail. Yeah. So that text fails. What about white? It's better. White on there is better. Or white in the background and then that there. What about that in the background and then white in this way? It's a little better. If you did black, that's better. Still not good. Normal text. So this is good to check out. Okay, so this is nice. I like this. Web accessibility in mind. Let's just bookmark this one. The docs, we'll just use it there. Okay. What about that in the foreground, and then the background being pretty good. It's a pretty good contrast. So that's pretty good. If we go down to these, we are reduced fairly bad, but user interface components are good. That. Then what's the other one? I think it's A9C or FF. That should pass. Yeah, that one passes as well. Text. Okay. Here we go. So let's read on a little bit further here. To use WebAIM's color contrast checker, simply visit their website and enter the hexadecimal codes in the foreground and background color forms there. The tool will then calculate the contrast ratio and indicate whether it meets the Web Content Accessibility Guide 2.0 level AA or AAA standards. And we talked about that already, right? We talked about the color contrast. One of the first days that we did this, we talked about that. So like a black or a very dark gray on white looks pretty good. And so you can input these into here, and you get a contrast ratio of 12.63 to 1. So the maximum value is what now? 16? Twenty-one to 1. And what was the cutoffs? I think it was 7 for AA, or 7.1 was larger. AA and AAA. .5 to 1 for normal text, 3.1 for large text. 2.1 requires a contrast ratio of 3.1 for graphics and user interface components. AAA is 7.1 for normal text and 4.51 for large text. Large text defined as 14 point, typically 18, around 19 pixels. And bold or larger at 18 point, typically 24 pixels or larger. Wave can analyze contrast ratios for all page text elements at once. Interesting. Oh gosh. Okay, so we also have a TPGI color contrast analyzer, and that's a desktop application. Let's go find that one. It offers more advanced features compared to online tools. Allows you to analyze entire web pages, not just individual color pairs. You can use its color picker to select colors directly from your screen, making it easier to check contrast ratios for existing designs. I'm kind of surprised that this wouldn't be something that is integrated with a development environment, like a or a development not platform, but a framework, like with Next.js or something to like add on to there, that like you can check the accessibility. I'm surprised that wouldn't. I'm sure there is something. I'll have to keep that in mind and maybe search for that. Okay, so so you can use its color picker to select colors directly. Well, okay, so WebAIM had this as well. It's here. Wave Web Accessibility Evaluation Tool. So there is that. And then there's a rather long video explaining this. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so let me get that up here. Where's that coming from though? Sounds? Okay, sounds, yeah.
Highlights information that is important in an accessibility evaluation with inline icons. Wave also displays a summary of its findings in a sidebar on the left of the window. These findings are organized into 6 categories: errors, contrast errors, alerts, features, structural elements, and ARIA. The category icons are color-coded and designed with other visual cues to be accessible to users who have difficulty distinguishing color. Wave is also designed to be accessible to keyboard and screen reader users. There are 4 other panels within the sidebar that can be accessed through tabs.
I think what we might do...
Structure, and contrast. I'll click on the tab that follows.
We'll do the minimum with the lab, and then we'll port it over to VS Codium, and then we'll try to find a similar tool when we get to that point. Okay, so both these tools are invaluable for creating accessible and readable websites. They help ensure that your text is legible against its background. It is essential for all users, but particularly important for those with visual impairments. Remember, while these tools are extremely helpful, they should be used in conjunction with manual testing and user feedback. Different contexts and user needs may require adjustments beyond what automated tools can suggest. By regularly using tools like WebAIM's Color Contrast Checker and the TPGI Color Contrast Analyzer, you can create designs that are not only visually appealing but also inclusive and accessible to a wider audience. This attention to detail in color contrast can significantly improve the user experience of your website for all visitors. So what's the primary purpose of using color contrast checking tools like WebAIM's Color Contrast Checker? It's to ensure the text is readable against its background for accessibility. Which feature does the TPGI accessibility, or the color contrast tool, analyzer tool, this one, that most online contrast checkers don't? So I can save that. I think that's what I'll do. I'll just save that for now, and then we'll maybe install it later. Oh, I didn't install Slime yet. I should do that. Most online color contrasters don't analyze entire web page, simulate color vision deficiencies, suggest color combinations. Might, okay. What do the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines 2.0 levels of AAA and AAA standards refer to in the context of color contrast tools? Basically the minimum contrast ratios required for accessibility. All right, and then so the second part of this is going to be on some best practices for hiding content. Let me see this note, because I took notes here yesterday. Just want to make sure that I didn't miss something. I think we pretty much covered all this. Yeah, we did cover all that, so that's good. So all that stuff's covered in the review. Typography on day 16. So hiding content on a web page is a common practice in web development. Let's try to zoom in here. Okay, so it's crucial to do in a way that doesn't compromise accessibility. Different hiding techniques can have varying impacts on how assistive technologies interpret and present the content to users. Let's explore some best practices for hiding content while maintaining accessibility. One common method to hide content is using display none. So here's an example. You have visible text and you have this hidden thing. So if I get rid of this hidden, there's a hidden. Displaying none just hides it. So it's effectively hiding the content visually, but it also removes it from the accessibility tree. The accessibility tree is a structure used by assistive technologies such as screen readers to interpret and interact with the content on a web page. It represents the content and its semantic meaning in a way that assistive technology can understand and present to the user. So using display none means that screen readers and other assistive technologies won't be able to access this content as it is not included in the accessibility tree. Therefore, it is important to use this method only when you want to completely remove content from both visual presentation and accessibility. Another approach for hiding content is using visibility hidden. So that will hide it as well, but it doesn't hide it from the accessibility tree. It just hides it visually, keeps it in the document flow, still occupies space on the page. Like display none, visibility hidden also removes content from the accessibility tree. This means that assistive technologies like screen readers will not be able to access the hidden content. Only use visibility hidden when you want to hide content from everyone, including people who use assistive technology. Wait, so it keeps it in the document flow, but it also removes it from the accessibility tree. Okay, so that's basically, it's the same, but then, okay. And it still takes up space. So if there's an element that requires it to be there in order to keep the spacing, just do visibility hidden. Okay, I guess that makes some sense. So for content that should be hidden visually but remain accessible to screen readers, you can use a technique that often referred to as visually hidden or screen reader only. So here's an example of using a SR only class, which is a common technique used to visually hide content while keeping it accessible to screen readers. So you have the hidden text there wrapped in a paragraph tag with the class SR only. And you are setting the absolute position. The width and height is 1 pixel by 1 pixel. Padding is 0. Margin is -1, so that you're resetting the width and height to actually just be 0, so it's not taking up any space. Overflow is hidden. Clip rectangle 0, 0, 0, 0. So you're making a rectangle of 0 size. I don't know what the clipping does. White space is no wrap and a border of 0. Okay. So break it down. So position, clip, white space you'll learn about in future lessons. But for now, let's just know that this CSS rule effectively hides the content visually while keeping it accessible to screen readers. It's useful for providing additional context to screen reader users without affecting the visual layout. By toggling visibility, consider using, toggling content visibility, consider using the hidden attribute. P hidden, this content is hidden. So you can do it directly in your HTML. So the hidden attribute is supported by most modern browsers and hides content both visually and from the accessibility tree. It can be easily toggled with JavaScript, so it is in the DOM. You can manipulate it with JavaScript. Lastly, be cautious about hiding important content. If information is crucial for understanding or using the website, it should be visible and accessible to all users. Only hide content when doing so genuinely enhances the user experience. By following these best practices, you can ensure that your content remains accessible to all users, regardless of how they interact with your website. So what is the main accessibility issue when using the display none and visibility hidden style declarations or the hidden attribute to hide content? So they both remove the content from the accessibility tree, making it impossible for assistive technologies like screen readers to access the hidden content. The primary purpose of visually hidden or screen reader only CSS technique is to hide content visually while keeping it accessible to screen readers. When should you hide content? Only when it genuinely enhances the user experience. There we go. Okay, so then we're going to work on a workshop here, and definitely consider sending a donation to Free Code Camp. They're a wonderful organization, and allowing people like me to learn for free and improve our knowledge. And it's there's you can quibble with some details, but overall this is a wonderfully crafted curriculum here, and the layout of lectures and hands-on workshops and then hands-on labs, and then the reviews and the quizzes. It covers a lot of bases. It's a very kind of robust learning experience, provided that you give some spacing in between, so that you can really solidify those neural pathways that you create when you're engaging with new material. So yeah, that's the caveat that I have been giving, because from my experience with working with these. So we have a quiz, whatchamacallit? What do we have? We have to set our number of steps, which I think there's 67 steps for this one. So there's 67 steps, 6, 7. We'll get a nice little progress bar up there, and it'll need to reload, but there we go. This is what we're going to be building. Let's take a minute to take a look at this before we go on break, and then start tackling this. I imagine that they're going to give us a lot of the HTML stuff, or maybe they won't. Maybe we're going to be building that out. We have a header here with navigation elements here. Info HTML goes to somewhere else in the page, and CSS goes to somewhere else in the page. So these are like kind of breadcrumbs of where you are on the page. And you have a title up there, and then you have the logo there. And this like kind of like navigation bar up there that doesn't stay open, so that's interesting. But you have a student info, HTML, CSS, large sections, and then inside of each section, so we have a form, some form elements, name, email, date of birth, and they're all kind of like limited to the size there. We have some quiz questions here, and some open text thing here. So we're gonna tackle this when we get back, and learn how to do this accessibly. Okay, so we are going to build this quiz web page with accessibility in mind here. So let's get started with this here. Let's pop the preview out here. Hope that they do something with the background here. Okay. So we have the basic boilerplate, but we have to take care of everything else here. So inside the header, to the HTML element, we're going to add a lang attribute. English? Is that what we do? EN? We also want to link our style sheet. Okay. Okay. Okay, and they did set the background, so good. Thank goodness they set that. Okay. So you may already be familiar with the meta element. It's a element used to specify information about the page, such as the title, description, keywords, and author. Gonna give our page a meta element, and we're gonna give it a char set value. I think UTF-8 is how we did this. Nowadays, UTF-8 is the only encoding supported by most browsers. Okay. And we're going to continue with the meta elements. We're going to add another one with a viewport that defines content. Viewport definition is content. Width is initial scale. Is that how we do this? So add device width. The initial scale is 1. Okay. Another important meta element for accessibility in SEO is the description definition. The value of the content attribute is used by search engines to provide a description of your page. Add a meta element with the name description set the name attribute set to description and give it a useful content attribute. So HTML and CSS quiz or something. Free code camp accessibility quiz practice project is what they said for this one. And so lastly, in the head, the title element is useful for screen readers to understand the content of a page. So furthermore, it is an important part of SEO. Give your page a title that is descriptive and concise. Okay. Accessibility quiz. Navigation is a core part of accessibility, and screen readers rely on you to provide the structure of your page. This is accomplished with semantic HTML elements, so we're going to add a header and a page and a main element to the page. The header element will be used to introduce the page, as well as provide a navigation menu. Okay. So within the header, we want to provide context about the page by nesting one image, one H1 element, and a nav element. So the image should point to HTTPS freecodecamp CDN, right? The free CDN for freecodecamp.org platform universal FCC primary SVG. And it should have an ID of logo. You can see the logo is kind of there up at the top there. In the alt text, we're going to have it say free code camp. The H1 is going to contain a text of HTML/CSS quiz. And then, so currently the image is assuming its default size, which is rather large, and it's too large. So CSS has a max function, which returns the largest of a set of comma-separated values. And so, for example, we can set the width. Let's get rid of that for a second. Just that one. As a maximum of either 250 pixels or 25% of the view width. So if the viewport width is less than 1,000 pixels, it'll be 250 pixels. If the viewport is greater than the width of the image, it will be 25 VW. This is because 25 VW is equal to 25% of the viewport width. I'm not sure if this is the right way to go with this. I think that we've talked, I think media queries is the way to really make sure that you have that. It just makes it a little bit more reader to a human to see where the breakpoints are. Scale the image using its ID as a selector. So the ID was, I think logo, is that what we said? ID of logo. And we're going to set the width to be a maximum of 10 rem or 18% of the viewport width. All right, so it's the ID selector, not the class selector. There we go. So that shrinks the free code camp thing. It's kind of hard to see though. So as described in the free code camp style guide, the logo should retain an aspect ratio of 35:4 and have padding around the text. So we're going to change the background color to be this very dark blue-ish color. So you can see the logo. Then you can use the aspect ratio to enforce this as 35:4. You need spaces? You don't need spaces. Finally, we're going to add some padding of 0.4 rem around it. And there we go. So we make the header take up the full width of its parent container, set its height to 50 pixels, and a background color of, here, we should have this showing up here. I'll actually zoom in because this is a higher resolution screen, so it's kind of harder to see smaller text. And we want to add a width here. Right, we want it to take up the full width, and we also want to use the display of flex. And that kind of hides the whatchamacallit, the other thing underneath it. We want to set the H1 font color to be font color is just color. F1 BE32. And we want the font size to be a maximum or a minimum. The minimum of 1.2 M and 5% of the viewport width. Choosing the width there is a choice, isn't it? Can that backfire on you? If the viewport is very large, very wide? Okay. Then to enable navigation on the page, we're going to add an unordered list with the following list items. We're going to have info, HTML, and then CSS there. Okay. And then we should wrap them in anchor tags. Okay, so just a there we go. And so I'm not pointing anywhere, but let's see. So we're looking at the child combinator selector, which is the greater than sign. We use this to target only elements that match the second selector and are a direct child of the first selector. Okay. So this can be helpful when you have deeply nested elements and want to control the scope of the styling. So here we're going to use the selector to target the unordered list items within the nav element, like so. Then we're going to use the flex box to evenly space the children. But the thing is, okay, I gotta see what we're doing, because I think Evenly space the children we want along the main axis, right? Okay. Okay, so that makes sense then. We're gonna, okay. Display a flex here and then space them evenly. They're kind of hidden behind the top there. Let's go ahead and shrink this just a second there, just show that. Okay. As this is a quiz, we are going to need a form for users to submit answers. I might want to just shrink this a little bit so we can see everything here. Yeah, that's better. You can see it, see everything. So we want to semantically separate the content using section elements. Within the main element, we're going to create a form containing 3 section elements. So here's what we'll do. Let's just delete that for a second, and we'll just do that. And we'll do a form here. We'll do Alt-Shift-F to format everything. And then we're going to make the form submit to there. I think, what is it? Action is equal to submit. Is that what we do? And then we do the href, https codecamp.org practice project accessibility quiz. So let's go over to the MDN docs for a second here. Submit method, is that what it is? That's the button, but okay, so that's in the JavaScript. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure what we're doing here. We need to add a submit button. That's the question. So the action should just have an attribute of that. And then the method should be post. Okay, yeah, I already forgot all that stuff. Okay, that's how you do it. Okay. Then to increase page accessibility, the role attribute can be used to indicate the purpose behind the element on the page to assistive technologies. The role attribute is a part of the Web Accessibility Initiative, WAI. Accepts preset values. So we're going to give each of these elements role of region. Okay. Okay. Oh, hang on a second. Okay. Every region role requires a label, which helps screen reader users understand the purpose of the region. One method for adding a label is to add a heading element inside the region, and then reference it with the aria labeled by attribute. So we're going to add the following aria labeled by attributes to the section elements. Hang on a second. So then within each section element, we're going to nest one H2 element with an ID matching the corresponding aria labeled by attribute, and we're going to give each H2 suitable text content. Okay, we're going to take a break and come back in a few minutes. Okay, so I had a couple things wrong that I just fixed. There was the quotation wasn't closed, I think, on the student ID info. And then I was missing the ID for the H2 element. So now it passes. Oops. So we're back. Okay. So now we have our student info, HTML, and CSS there. Those sections are showing up visually as well. So typeface plays an important role in the accessibility of a page. Some fonts are easier to read than others, and this is especially true on low resolution screens. You can change the font for both the H1 and H2 elements. To Verdana. So let's do that. Oops. Let's see. Font family is going to be Verdana. And we're going to set a sans serif font as the backup there and see that changes there. Okay. Next, we're going to add a border bottom to just the H2 elements. You can do 4 pixels, a solid, and this kind of dark gray there. It's a little much there. Let's shrink that down just a tad there, just so that there's no overflow on there. I don't think that was intended to be the case there. So to navigate within the page, we're going to give each anchor element an href corresponding to the ID of the H2 element. So you do the hash and student info. And then we do a hash of HTML questions. And we do, I'm going to do the href. Hash CSS questions. And then I think, does that work then? I think that works. Yeah. Next, we're filling out the content of the quiz. Below student info, we're going to add 3 div elements with a class of info. Just Alt-Shift down to duplicate those 2 times. Then within each div, nest 1 label element. And 1 input element. So let's actually undo that for a second. So we're going to nest 1 label element and 1 input element. There we go. And it's important to link each element input to the corresponding label element. This provides assistive technology users with a visual reference to the input. So this is done by giving the label a for attribute, which contains the ID of the input. We've done this before. So what are we doing? Each section will take a student's name, email, address, and date of birth. So we're going to give them label elements appropriate 4 attributes and ID elements there, right? So okay, yeah, and 4. Let's do email maybe. Maybe just DOB for that one. I wonder if they're going to be a stickler about that. First label should have appropriate text content. So we didn't have the text content there, right? Okay. So we should actually probably spell this out, right? As date of birth. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's great. So keeping in mind best practices for form inputs, we're going to give each input an appropriate type and name attribute. Let's get rid of the styles. It's taking up too much space there. And we don't need them. We don't need styles. Don't even lock them. Input an appropriate type and name attribute for the input. Okay. So the name for this one should be name, I guess. And so I'll just say student name. And the first one will have a placeholder of Chucky no code. Is it just text? Is that what we did? And then for this, the type was an email. That's email variation, right? Validation. Type name, student input. Okay, so I think that's right. I did that before. Oh, I did that on the wrong thing. This should be on the input part of that. The type for this one is going to be date. Name is going to be birth date. There we go. That passes. Even though you added a placeholder to the input, this is actually not a best practice for accessibility. Too often users confuse the placeholder text with an actual input value. They think there is already a value in the input. Okay. And you just rely on the label being the best practice. Okay. Within the section element, add 2 div elements. Both with a class of question block. Then within each div question block element, we're going to add 1 H3 element. With a text of incrementing numbers, starting at 1. And then we're going to have 1 field set element with a class of question. Okay. Just like that. What am I missing here? So nested within. So we should just put the H3 there. Okay, that's it. So the question numbers are not descriptive enough. This is especially true for visually impaired users. One way to get around such an issue without having to add visible text to the element is to add text only a screen reader can add. So we're going to nest a span element with a class of SR only before the number in each of the H3 elements. Just close that off. Okay. Are we wrapping it around, or what's the deal here? Okay. And then within the first span element, we're going to add the text question. And in the second span element, we'll have the text question as well. Okay. The SR only text is visible, so we're going to take care of that with some styling. Targeting the SR only class with the class selector. We're going to use this common pattern to visually hide text for only screen readers to read. So you set the position absolute. What does that do? Let's take a look at what this does little by little. So that moves everything else that it would be displacing, and it moves it away. I'm going to give this a kind of container box of 1 by 1 pixel, and we're going to reset the padding to be 0, but we're going to Change the margin to be -1 pixel. Kind of hard to see what's happening there. It doesn't look like anything visibly is affected there. Now when we set this clipping, it disappears. And then we set the white space for no wrap. And then a border of 0. Just to make sure there's no border, I guess. And we just need an overflow of hidden. And there you go. So each field set will contain a true and false question. So within the field set, nest one legend element. And one UL element. A 2 options. Okay. They haven't told us what that should be though. Okay. We're going to give each field set an adequate name attribute. And give each unordered list a class of answers list. Okay, so can I just say question 1 for that? Okay. So we're gonna use we gotta give this other field set a name. Name. Question 2. Okay. And then the legend. It's going to be a question. We good? There we go. Okay. To provide the functionality of the true-false questions, we need a set of inputs which do not allow both to be selected at the same time. So within each list element, we're going to nest one label element, and within each label element, nest one input element with the appropriate type. Okay. So the type is going to be radio, right? go, and we can get rid of those markers, right? No, okay. I'm gonna add an ID to all your radio inputs and link your labels between them. Q1 answer 1, okay. Pasha, it's okay, Bubbas. All right, that, although not required for label elements with a nested input, still best practice to explicitly link label with its corresponding input element. So we're going to add a for attribute that links these together. Okay. That's right, Papa. And we're going to give the label elements text such that the input comes before the text. Then give the input elements a value matching the text. The text should either be true or false. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. They want us to add a value to the input here. And the value should be true or false as well. Should just match here, okay. That's what they wanted, okay. We're halfway there. Let's see, if you click on the radio inputs, you might notice both inputs within the same true-false field set can be selected at the same time. And we have to group the relevant inputs together such that only one input from a pair can be selected at a time. How is that done? I think it was like you had to name it or something. Yeah, that's how it is, okay. There we go. Okay, to prevent unnecessary repetition, we're going to target the before pseudo element of the H3 element and give it a content property of question number 3. Question number. There we go. Okay. Final section of this quiz will contain a drop-down and a text box. We'll nest a div with a class of form row. Then we're going to have 4 div elements inside of there, alternating their class attributes with question block and answer. We'll take both of these, duplicate it. Here we go. Okay, within the div elements, I'm gonna nest a block, a label element. Add a relevant question inside. CSS related question. What's a good question here? And then we're gonna add oh, that was it. That was just that. Okay, this one block. There we go. Okay. Within the answer div, we're gonna nest a required select element. With 3 option elements. First one we'll have, actually, let's do this. It's the value of blank in a text of select an option. Second one will have a value of yes. And the third one will have the value of no. Here we go. Can CSS margin property accept negative values? Yes, it can. Oh, of course. Okay. Link the first label element to the select element. Give the select element a name attribute. Can we do Q1 for that, or what are we doing? Okay. What'd they give it? What'd they say? Who said it was a selector? Okay, it said selector and ID selector. Nest one text area element within the div answer. Set the number of rows and columns it has. Okay. As with other input elements, we want to link the text area to the corresponding label and give it a name attribute. Okay. Sip otters. Oh my god. I need to take a nap at lunch. So don't forget to give your form a submit button with the text send. So at the bottom here, is that what we're going to do? There we go. So there we go. And now we got to do some styling then, right? So we need 2 final semantic HTML elements for the project. We're going to do a footer and an address element. The footer element is a container for the collection of content that is related to the page. The address element is a container for the contact information. So after the phone, so we're just going to, okay, that's all we're doing. Let's just do it like this. There we go. Okay. Then the address, we're going to put code camp ER. So this allows each part of the address to be on its own line. And then each address element does not have to contain a physical geographical location. It can be used to provide a link to the subject. So we're going to wrap around the text code camp. And we're going to set its location. HTTPS freecodecamp.org. There we go. All right, so now we're going to do some styling here. And back to styling the page, select the list elements within the navigation bar. Give them the following styles. There we go. We have a color for something there. Adding a margin. Left and right. Okay, so then we're going to do padding 0.2 rem all around. And we're going to display it as a block. There we go. On the typical, or on the topic of visual accessibility, contrast between elements is a key factor. So for example, the contrast between the text and background of a heading should be at least 4.5 to 1. Change the font color of all the anchor elements within the list elements. There's something with a contrast ratio of at least 7.1. So it should be lighter, right? So if we just do that, does that work? It does. What did they choose? They chose a inherent. Okay. To make the navigation buttons look more like typical buttons, remove the underline from the anchor tags. So there we go. Create a new selector targeting the navigation list items. So that when the cursor hovers over them, change the background color. Text color is switched to white, and then the cursor is a pointer. So I'm going to tidy up the header using Flexbox. I'll put space between the children and vertically center them. So space between the children. Okay. When the screen width is small, the H1 does not wrap its text content how it should, so we're going to align the text for the H1 element in the center. And give the main padding. Such that the student info section header can be fully seen. Let's give it like one rem, pretty good. Okay. On small screens, the unordered list in the navigation bar overflows the right side of the screen. See that when we zoom in. Okay. We're going to fix this by using Flexbox to wrap the UL content, then set the following properties to correctly align the text. Margin block moves it up. That's weird. Okay, is 100%. Weird. Okay, we're going to set the width of the section elements. 80% the parent. And we're going to use margins to center the section elements. Adding 10 pixels to the bottom margin. Hit top right, bottom and left. Okay, so that's right. Okay. And then a max width. Oh, I didn't do the max width. Okay, so max width of 600 pixels. There we go. We're going to take a lunch, and we'll be back to finish up this workshop and add some more accessibility features here. All right, we are back and working on this thing here. Let's see. All right, we got drop down elements. I think all the functionality there now. We want to do something, some other styles. Okay. Somewhat works, right? Can I? Oh, you know what? Yeah, I do want to zoom in on this a little bit. At least like that. Okay. So what do we got to do here? The margin top of the H2 elements, which are they like question 1 and 2. Oh gosh, we want 60 pixels on top there. What do they mean here by replace the top margin of the H2 elements with 60 pixels of top padding? Okay. Okay. That's what they wanted. And we're going to add padding to the top and left of the info button, info elements. The top and left. Top, right. Bottom and then left. Okay. Like that. All right. We're going to give the form row elements a top margin and left and right padding. So we're just going to do top margin of 10 pixels and then form row. Do we have form row as a class? And we want left and right padding. Top 0. Right is going to be 10 pixels, say. Bottom and then 10 pixels there. There's nothing, this isn't an increase the font size for all input elements. Okay. Should give a font size greater than 13. How do I do that? What font size is it now? Okay. Confused here. So they want it to be 1 rem. And that works. Although, it's so weird. Where's the form? Where's form row? We did not add that. We didn't add a form row class. Oops. We didn't have a form row class. What are they talking about? Gotta open this back up again. That's so bizarre. Why? Why do they want that? And then to make the make the first section more in line, target only the input elements within info. Set their width to 50%. So without is that. With is that. Okay. Left align their text. Left align, text align. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, we want to target all label elements within the info as well. Set their width to 10%. So without with, I'm confused. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Make it so that they do not take up less than 55 pixels. So we want max of 10%. 55 pixels, or they don't take up less than? Okay. We're gonna align the boxes with each other. So create a new rule set that targets all input and label elements within the info element. So you want the display property to be inline block. Okay. So that they align with each other, then inline block. Interesting. And we're going to align the text to the right. The label or the input. So without it, it goes there, and then with it goes there. Okay. Okay. All right. Come on, shipper. Shipper. I'm gonna crack a do. Crack a doodle do. It's the American do. So we're gonna neaten the question block. So let's take a look at this. Question block elements, we're gonna set the following CSS properties. Text align to left. What did that do? Doesn't seem like that really had any effect here. We're gonna display as a block. Okay, question block doesn't look like it changed anything. We're going to set the width to 100%. Doesn't seem to have done anything. Okay. I'm going to do a margin top of 20 pixels. I don't see what we did here. There's really nothing going on here. I think that was just subtly changing. Padding top 5 pixels. That adds a bit of padding there. Okay. So we have some padding between the question block elements. We're going to make the H3 selector, or the H3 elements, appear as a higher priority. So we're going to margin top them to 5 pixels. Okay, and that reduces the margin around them. And then we're going to add a padding left as 15 pixels and indent them just a little bit there. Do a font size increase of 1.375 rem. Okay, now they stick out a little bit more. Alrighty. It's useful to see the default border around the field set elements during the development. However, it might not be the style you want, so we're going to remove the border and bottom padding of the question elements. Oh, I see. So we're getting rid of the border. And we're going to get rid of the bottom padding. Very subtle change. And the UL list item elements are great at providing bullets for list items. Your radio buttons don't need them. You can control what the bullets look like with the list style property. For example, you can turn your bullets into circles with the following. So we're going to remove the default styling for the answers list items to none, and then that gets rid of them. And we're going to remove the unordered list padding. Okay, and that shifts that to the left there. Now we want to give the submit button a free code camp style design. So we're going to look at the submit button. So if we look at button type is equal to submit, we can give it this display block. Give it a margin of 40 pixels and center it. There we go. We're going to give it a width of 40%. There it goes. We want a padding of 15 pixels. And that. Next, we probably want to increase the size here. 438 rem. And we'll do a background of DO5. DO5. Change the border to be a little bit thicker, make it solid, change the color. There we go. We're using the button element selector, and apparently they don't like me putting the type attribute selector there. We're going to set the footer background then to a background color of 2A40. There we go. Oh, and use flexbox, so display flex. And horizontally center the text. So to do that, we're going to justify content. And if we do, we can do center there. And we'll center it. Now we can't read the text, so we're going to target the footer and the anchor element within to set the font color to a color of adequate contrast ratio. Well, I mean, if I just do white, that's a lot better. Okay. We want to horizontally center all the text in the address and add some padding. So this is text align center. Ugh, that looks terrible though. Add some padding around, maybe like 5 pixels. Pretty good. Okay. Almost done here. So we're going to click on the navigation links and jump to the viewport section. I mean, it doesn't really jump anywhere because it's pretty full. If I do this here, I can go to info, I can go to HTML, CSS. There we go. We're going to select the scroll behavior, selecting all elements. Smooth. Then what happens? What happens then? Oh, I see. It goes smoothly to that. There's a little transition. Nice. One more step here. Certain types of motion-based animations can cause discomfort for some users. So in particular, people with vestibular disorders have sensitivity to certain media triggers. So we'll add a media at rule that has a feature called prefers reduced motion. To set it to reduced, I guess, so you'll learn more about this. So I'll do this. So the feature is prefers reduced motion. So if you prefer that, then you do that. So we'll wrap the style rule as no preference. And then that'll take care of that. Okay. Okay. All right. It's a pretty neat looking form. So kind of want to review what the accessible elements are here, especially in the HTML, because that's where most of the stuff is. Let's see. Yeah, I feel like most of this stuff is over here. So oops. We have the width device initial scale. We set the viewport. We make sure that we gave meta descriptions here. We give it a title. Made sure that we specified the language and the character set. So language can come into play, I think, if you are translating a website. The logo. So we give an alt to the image. Navbar is pretty straightforward, not really an accessible consideration. It's just the accessibility takes care of it. For assistive technologies, it takes care of itself. It's called like the nav element is part of the semantic HTML. So we have our header, and the header and the main are also semantic HTML elements. And so then we did a form. Method is post, and the action was practice project accessibility quiz. The section role. So yeah, this is interesting. The role is region. On this, we set an area labeled by. So we set some area labels here, so that we know that this section is labeled by this header. Student info there. We We have some div classes inside. Okay. Oh gosh, there's a lot. Oh god. So let's break this down because I feel like there's a lot going on here. So you've got the body, you've got the head and the body inside the HTML. Inside the body, you've got a header, you've got a main, you've got a footer. We're gonna take a break and try to, we're gonna move on after this, but we're gonna parse this a little bit. Okay, so we looked at the header. We had the footer. The address is pretty straightforward. The link element there. So inside of each of these sections is the big part. So we structured this so that we have the form element inside of the main element. And then each section had a role attribute for region. Not entirely sure what like other options there are. What other properties, what other values can that take on? Image role was like presentation, and so like what are the other? So it's the role tree grid. Role is tab panel. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of stuff to go off of up here. There's many different roles that you can set here, and so region is a landmark role. Yeah, so this course just looks at very basic fundamentals of accessibility, so doesn't really go too deep. Oh, okay. Well, okay. I think we're good to move on, and then we'll look at our tribute page thing here. We'll get that going. Let's see. This is not the best page in the world. This is just a tribute. A tribute to the best page in the world. So, here's a tribute page. Norman Borlaug. All right, cool. So we're going to have a background on the body, and then we're going to have like this main element here. Actually, I think what we might be doing is we might have a header element here with the name and the subtitle with a image here. And then this here. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's what we'll do. So we have this like, oh gosh. Okay, so we probably want body and then the main, well, header. Wait a minute. How is this going to work? Are we going to style this around there? I'm curious. How would I do this? How would I do this? Because we want to keep it semantic, right? We want to have inside the body, we want to have a main. We want to have a head, a main, and then we have a footer here. So you have the footer there. Oh gosh, okay, so got an H2 element or something like that here. Cresco, Iowa, and then like these list elements. Spanners around the year. Oh gosh, okay. And then at the bottom of that, so we're going to have this H2 element, UL list, and then a paragraph quote type thing here. And that's going to be the main section, I think. And then footer is going to be here. I'm not sure what we do here. Do we call this the header with the title, subtitle, image, and then a caption like description here? And then this part is gonna be, I don't know. So like we can put the div into there. I'm just trying to think of like, because if we're in the body, so maybe the HTML we can set a background, but then the body text, let's see what they say. So let's try to do the minimum here and then go off of that. Let's actually try to find someone notable from the Wikipedia. We'll do that. So who's somebody notable? Who's a notable person of the day? Notable people born today or something like that. That would be nice. Or birthdays or who died on this day in history? See if there's anybody big here. Let's see what recent years. So, who's today? Let's go here and see the homepage or something. Let's look at the homepage and maybe see some things in the news. Feast day of Saint Boniface. So we should look for like notable people or something. See more current. At the recent deaths. It's a bit morbid, but I mean, okay, it's try to find someone. Here's somebody. Singer of, from the Beauty and the Beast and then A Whole New World, I bet. Yeah. I bet that was the Grammy. If ever you're in my arms again. Rick Edelman? Really? Former basketball coach and player. Okay, I think we're gonna focus on this guy. He seems quite we can highlight his career here. Peebo Bryson. So we'll try to do this with accessibility in mind here. So this is the person we'll highlight here. So we have a tribute page we're gonna fill. Okay, so our tribute page should have a main element, and they let's see, because they give us some of this. Let's just link the style sheet. The href is going to be these styles here. Now, I want to kind of do something based off of maybe their colors or something. How about the colors of South Carolina, Charleston or something? Greenville? Should we make it green? City of Greenville logo. We can go with that. Let's go with that. That's a pretty cool logo. I like the little river there. It's pretty cool. So we'll take that as our inspiration for the start of our theme here. And then let's see, we should have a main element, of course. They didn't say anything about having a head element, but I think we should have a footer or something inside of that big thing, inside of the body. But let's see what they say. Let's try to get the minimal here. Get our minimal thing going. And I think what we'll do is we'll do some kind of like light green thing for the background. Let's try to find Maybe we'll try to find the city website or something like that. There it is. We'll try to take inspiration from there. Okay, so they go with this lighter green. So we'll try to pick it from here. We'll try to take it from there. So they like having this there. It looks pretty cool. They have this green there. So maybe we'll go with that green. I can get the color, I think. Isn't it like... Yeah, there it is. 006241. So let's set our colors. Greenville green. We'll set in there and we'll set this in the root. Set a variable for that. There we go. And let's there's also this one, E6. It's a little light green. Say green with that one and light green, and then we'll get the there was like brand things. There's accessibility, web policies. That would be nice to see if they had a something or other. Copyright. Okay. Okay. We'll also get this orange color, I think. Oh, that's a different green than the other one, isn't it? 0062. 00704. My God, they do not stay consistent, do they? City of Greenville. Inside there it shows that. But the FFA4 there, so we'll get that color as well. Oh, that's their orange there. Okay. So let's see what they did up here. So maybe we'll do the green as this like background color, and then use like a highlight inside of here, or like down at the bottom we'll do the highlight with orange, and maybe up here we could also do a blue color. So let's go with that. So we'll go with that light green color for the background stuff. So let's go with that. Let's go with body, and we're going to set the background. I guess what we'll do, we can do it to white. Do the background as white, and then we'll work from there. So we'll have a light theme first. then work off that. Let's turn off this part. Progress bar go away. There we go. Tribute page should have a main element corresponding ID of main. ID is going to be main. And you should see an element with an ID title, which contains a string that describes the subject of the tribute page. An ID of title. So what we want is a div with an ID of title, and what I think we should do is to do a section, right? We should do this into sections. And so this should have some kind of like role, and the role should be like a region maybe. And we can do another section for the main, like the main part for that. And then, okay, so all right, we're gonna take a break. Okay, I'm very tired today. So let me see. ID and title. A string that describes. Right? Okay. And then we want a subtitle. So, in their example, it was just a name. And so we should maybe look for any extra honorifics or anything. Let's go with Peebo Bryson here. And there we go. Okay. And so we should see either a figure or a div element with an ID of img div. And within the img div element, you should see an image element. And we're going to take the source from something here. Let's find an image here, somewhere a good source here. Can I find something with a Creative Commons? Here we go. Let's see. Let's try to get this out into a bigger thing here. Gotta find an image here. We want like a big, wide picture. And we want a decent that seems like a decent one here. Let's do this one. Try to get the image URL as well. So let's try to find the article and stuff. It might be broken though at some point. It's the problem. Copy the image link and we'll put the image link there. Will that even work? We can just do it from here. Okay. There we go. And then, so we want to also set the image to be cover, basically. So it's not display. Is it display cover? Or is it fill? What is it with the image? Let me see, because it's not like the repeat stuff, right? It's object fit. That's what it's called. Okay, so I don't know why it's not able to fill there. Should have an ID like image. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll do image object fit. There we go. That's what we need to do. And then we just do cover. Okay. And so we do the width of the figure is 90% of the total. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so then we'll just go from there. We'll get this one up and going there. So let's focus on the content then. Section. So within the image div element, you should see an image with an ID image. It has that. Should have a alt text as well at some point. Within the image div element, you should see an element. Are captions like a thing? Let's take a look at the figure. The optional caption element, you put that inside Good caption. Okay. Okay, and then so there should be alt text. We should be able to get that alt text from over here, I think. So this Getty images and that stuff there. So we can do the figure caption, put the figure caption there, put that there. So let's see. Number 4, we're on number 5. We have image caption is what we want to give the ID, and that looks like we have that, and contains textual content describing the image shown, and you want to see an element with a corresponding ID tribute info. So we're going to do that in another section. So we'll have that. That's another rule. That's a that's a region. And in this section, we can do this as a div of tribute info here. And this is going to contain textual content describing the subject of the tribute page. So they're saying an element. I think that we could just go with tribute info for this one here. I think that's probably what I'm going to want to do here. So I have figure in there. Let's do that. Section, figure, inside the main, the section role, the region, and then the ID. So we have a title. We also have we can do a div with an ID of like subtitle. We can put something in here. I'll just say replace this text. I'll just say that. We'll have that there. Okay. Because what they did up here was to have that there, and then that, and then a little blurb there. They call this man who saved a billion lives. We'll say Your R&B legend, you showed us whole new worlds. How about that? There we go. So distribute info. Okay, so inside of here, we'll do tribute info. There should be a tribute link, I guess. Give it a target of blank, or you're opening a new tab. Okay, and then our image should use max width and height properties to resize responsively relative to the width of its parent element without exceeding its original size. The image element should be centered within the parent element. Looks right. And be sure to link your style sheet. The tribute info should not be empty, but then, okay. So what we'll do is we'll have our unordered list of things. And you have that, and then what we'll do maybe is we'll have like a footer thing, a footer section. We'll do like a footer or something there. It's weird to put that all on the body though. I guess this is the tribute link down there. Should be block, should be the image. And we should have a max width. And we should have a height of auto. And then that passes. That passes, but we're going to go further here. We're going to make this styled a lot better. We're going to make it look a lot cooler here. Let's go give the title something. I think, is this what we want though? So let's try to get this similar. Okay, so maybe 90 the width. Let's do 95. And then we can do that. Okay, we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, so we've got the max width set there. What I want to do is get the title to be larger. So I'll set the title element. I think we actually want like the initial scale to maybe be larger. I'm not sure of the... So yeah, I'm not sure. So inside of the main... We have something with the ID of title, right? So I can do title and I can set the font size to 2 rem maybe. I want to change the font family as well. But let's see. Let's make it as 3 rem, I think. They're saying, you know what? Let's not do it as a div. Let's do it as a an H1. There we go. The H1 element. I can come back over to the styles and maybe I can just get rid of that as... Yeah, okay. We can do text align to center. And then we can add a little padding, I think, around. Just like 5 pixels of padding around. Maybe more. Maybe like 0.5 rem. There we go. Or 0.5 m maybe. That makes it even larger. Cool, I like that. How about the subtitle? Do a font size of 2 rem for that. Or 1.5 rem. We'll reset the margin for this. The left and right will be that 0 for the top and the bottom. We want text align be centered as well. So we want that. Padding, we're going to set to 0. Actually, let's do padding of 2.25 for that. Actually, let's do 0.5. Do a padding of 1 rem there. And so from here they had just a little bit of space, so I should probably change the space there. We should probably set this as a display block layout or something. Doing flex doesn't seem to make sense. We also have, around the main, we have a bit of a border radius. We'll just do that as 1 rem. There we go. That looks pretty good. And what we want to do is to give some padding here. What we should do is to do a border or a border box. So we should have some padding on the inside of like 2 rem on the inside. The padding will set center everything there. So we'll change the padding on the bottom to 0. Move it up a little bit. Make it tighter there. Go. Send the height to auto. Okay. Got that. So what I want to do, I think, what have I been doing? Let's do a background of that. So the background, rather than being that, let's make it let's make it that green color. We do like that. So let's try to find the. I want to find. The font. I know what they say on this, and maybe they have something here. The COG guide? What is the COG? City of Greenville guide? Oh, that might be it. That might be City of Greenville. Okay. So let's see. They might have branding guides or something. They do. They have brand guidelines. Nice. Okay. Let's work with their brand guidelines here first. So we're going to come over here and put this over the bottom, I think. Let's put that down here for a second. So there's their logo. Don't distort the logo. Do not use drop shadow. Okay, that's good to know. Do not rearrange anything. And let's do department logos. Here we go. We've got primary colors, so let's go with that. So let's change this because they should have. So they have these things named other things. So let's go with this. Let's go with $34.25. Let's go with that. And that's going to be hex of... Oh, it's right there. That is it. Okay. That's the green. Okay. 376. And that one's going to be 80BCOO. There we go. There is a PMS coded 275. We'll do this one as 201747. PMS coded 3985. That's 54 COE8, and that's for like the river and stuff. PMS coded 137. That will be FFA 400. PMS coded. So these are secondary colors. Coded 557 7 FADAO. Secondary colors 5215, we'll say. It'll be A79085. We'll get rid of these. And so primary color, so we'll say the body background we'll do as I want the body background to be 5215 maybe. Okay. We could do it like that for the other one. That's a secondary. So primary colors. Okay. So how do they suggest used only as extras on materials that require more than 5 primary colors above? So those won't be used for more than that. We do 275. I guess we could just do the 3425 as that, as the background. The light green as the green. That's what we did for the other one. And then the we could use shoot, because I don't want. So for the figure element, what do we have here? In here we have the mains. We have the section. Let's go. Let's call this section the head. Let's call that the header section. And then we can control the background from there. So I can say oops. I want like a lightish color there. Oh, they give us the fonts too. That's cool. Hypatia, please. Garamond Pro. Okay. So we're gonna set up some things here. I think I might have those font families. Okay, I'm just not sure what I want to do for this. They're all very dark colors. I'm gonna have a hard time doing the contrast there. You're gonna have to do light on that purple and then eesh, dark on that blue is not good. Dark on the orange is okay, I think. Well, let's see. City of Greenville brand colors we have there. Maybe I don't want to set the background at all for that one. Maybe I just want to set the background to the white, and then I'll just do a yeah. Okay, what did they set? What did they do? They used like this light grayish color. Can I use a lighter color? Can Can I use a lighter color and do a hue shift or something? And do the opacity, change the opacity. So then I think what I wanted to do, I do it like this, and then I set title and subtitle there, but then, okay, but I want header. Franklin Gothic bold, is that a thing? There we go. So I can set the font. Okay, I can set the font size larger in here. I can set the font size in here to be 2 rem, and then I can set this to be 1 rem or 2 rem, and then this to be 1 rem. Or M. There we go. That looks pretty cool. So subheader, they wanted medium. And so I can just change the font weight here to bold on the title. And then medium here. Okay. I don't know why the font size is so large. In the figure, so fig caption we could set as well. How did we do that? Image caption is what we called that. See, are we still passing? Yeah. Image caption, we're gonna do font. Weight is and maybe, so what did they say? The body text is going to be Franklin Gothic book, so we'll change Franklin Gothic book. Can we say it as book? Does that work? I don't know if that works. Here we can set the font size to 0.5 em. There we go. There we go. Okay, body text there. Okay. So, okay, so what I could do here, subheader, title, subtitle, rather than here, I could do this as an H2 maybe? Okay. So their figure caption had a little bit of spacing. So let's add a little bit of padding, I think, on the top. Like 1M, I think. And we'll do this as just 1M for that. Maybe it shouldn't be that much. There we go. I think, that looks pretty good. And then we'll do the link at the bottom. What they had down there, if you have time, you should read more about this incredible human. Wikipedia entry. Okay. So this is the tribute info. So inside of there is a link inside of there. There should be one there. So inside of this region, we have the tribute info. So inside, actually, I think what we want, they don't say that it has to be in the main. So I wonder if I could put this in the footer. Are we still passing? No. They should all be descendants of Maine. Okay, whatever. So we'll get rid of the footer, and then what we'll do is we'll just add, we'll add another thing, another div. Okay, we want to add that orange color, I think, to the figure. One through 7. There we go. We also want to add a little bit of padding around the image, I think. Yes, I think. Wait, no. Maybe not. Yeah, there's a little bit of padding around the image. It's so weird. Hmm. Hmm. It's the object fit property we gotta change. Hypatia, come on! So we need to scale down or something. It's not working. I don't get it. All right. Do you do it on the image or on the figure? I get rid of the padding, it works. It's just that it should be centered within its parent. Okay. So I kind of want a different color. I just don't know what we can do with that. Like if you do the blue, I don't really like that. If you do the, yeah, it just looks cheesy there. So I guess what we could do is we can make it lighter colored for the font color, I guess. So in our like quote unquote header element, we can have the color. So so I could do like main, but like not figure or something like that. Not figure, and say color equals, you know, white for that. Okay. Getting not the fig caption. Does that work? What was the not thing? Everything that's not the image caption? So if we do all divs or something that don't have that. I don't know. It seems like almost like we should set the color for white and then just change the figure. Be black there. Okay. So we got that. We want to get all the content and stuff there in there too. So how are we going to do this here? So gosh, okay. So the role is region. What we want to have this for this one is to call this a footer. We'll put this into there. So did I have this? Yeah, if you have any time, do that. Oopsie. And we'll do it like this here. Okay. Wikipedia entry. There we go. So in their example, it did do that. Okay. I guess we can put the entry in there as well. It's fine. And then we want to have some spacing in between those things, so we could do those. We can get rid of that stuff. We also want to have like a little quote here. It's like a testimonial, so we'll do like a quote. So we'll do like an H2 element, a list, and then a quote. Come on, dude. You know that H1 element are all going to have a family of Gothic, right? Do that. So inside of here, we can have a paragraph element, and then we can cite where it comes from. And the output is that. How do you get that? How did they get that there? Oh, okay, because then there's a new thing. Okay, so underneath that block quote, you have paragraph. That quote thing there. Okay, and then so then the CSS you can do before and after and stuff. Then we like copy this stuff. Let's get some accomplishments here. All right, we're gonna finish up this. Let's see. So 1976, we're gonna say highlights. Highlight there. We're gonna say. Let's do something here because I think we can put some spacing after that. After the list item. So they have that one there. So let's do a born in as well. Wait, this is a mess. It's better to do this in a different IDE here. So we'll do. What did they do here? They did put a little dash there in between. It's fine. I don't care. We'll do something with that. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it the way that they're doing it. Would they say something about Iowa? Did they give a day of death dies at age pancaked by dump truck driver at 95. So let's see, what else can we? I'm gonna highlight the debut album. Just go through here, like career. Let's do this one in 1978. So then we'll say this is 1979, 1983. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's put this up here. Releases Peebo. So records, Roberta Flack. So we'll say in a minute here he wins a Grammy or an Oscar or something. Let's see. I'm sure he won several Grammys. And so signed to Elektra Records. Earned several top 10 albums. Can't Stop the Rain, topping the chart. Oopsie, what happened there? We want to change the size of the text in there too, so I'm just going to do that quickly. The regular text, I think in our, what did we call this? Tribute info. So in our tribute info stuff, so at least like all list items, I think is what we want. All list items should have a font size of 1M, 1.1M, 0.2M. And then we want to celebrate these. So I think marker we want to do is none. What is the list marker? Wait a minute. What's the list marker? What was that thing? I gotta find out what it was. I was gonna save the whatchamacallit there. What a free code camp. And find what that was. Hopefully it doesn't log me in. You know what? Let me open up another one. Let's open up another instance of this and we'll do it there. Okay. Let's see. This is quite a lot of work. Could have gone to the whatchamacallit, the other thing. But like things that I've done. So scroll behavior we can set to that. We can set space between logo, aspect ratio. We did those things, 0.4 rem. So where were the list items? It said a form row thing, but I didn't give that class to anything. It's so weird. So text declaration, none. On the link, that's right, on hover, list items display block, but then we got rid of list item things, didn't we? So there were the input buttons on the answer list. The list style is none. Okay, so that's what it is. So that can change it. So they're going to do that. Okay. And then inside of here, we actually want span elements that are inside of here. We want the font weight to be bold. There we go. I think we also want, on the list items, I think we want a little bit of spacing around. So I think we want to maybe reset that. You know that like with the H3 element, we want to set that as no, that's fine. We want text align be center. There we go. So we want to have a little bit of spacing in between. We want a little bit of padding around, or we want to set like line height like 1M or like 2M maybe. Set some spacing in between. 1.5M. There we go. We also want to center the UL elements, I think. Oh, that's fun. Okay. Flex direction being a column. So want to like align items, I guess, along the row. And we just want to center them. Or, you know what, we want to do like start. And actually what we want to do is to do the add some margins to the right. And then zero there, but right and left we want to have some spacing there around there. And so that looks pretty cool. And so the also like we want to get the footer it's 2M. Do that, okay. So there we go. Okay, so now we can focus back on the content. Oops. Oh gosh. Okay. Now we can go focus back on the content. And in 91, let's see. I want to like pop those things out. Let's pop this out. That over here at least, and I can close that one down. We have the Greenville stuff. We can close that. I know I've got my branding stuff now, so I think I just need that. And yeah, there we go. So I got all my branding stuff all ready to go over there. So in 91, oops. I should highlight these. Maybe do them in a different, you know, a different emphasis or something. Okay. Okay, so we'll go and highlight those other things. But then in 92, we'll see he... Paladin. So there's also... What was that first song? Top the 100. Okay, so we also want like the first column there. Okay, so we also want like second line, we want to indent, don't we? I don't know how you do that. How do you indent second line? Maybe you do text indent from a different angle or something. Like text indent being negative or something. Like, can you do that? Can I do text indent and do like negative 5 pixels? That will work. That will do it. Okay. So set the text indent to that with a padding as that. Okay. So I can do that as like 2 rem and then do a padding left of 2 rem and then that moves it back over. Okay. So we can do it as like 3M or we can do it as like 4 characters, I think. 4 characters, maybe more. 6 characters because we have the other stuff. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, and then we can do 6 characters in the other way. And then there we go. Okay. That looks pretty good. I like that. I think after paragraphs, we want to have spacing of like a little bit of a margin of like a couple pixels. So just do 5 pixels around. Yeah, I think it's not going to work because of the list item. So rather than line height, I think what we want to do is to do a margin bottom like that. Yeah. It's 1M. That looks pretty good, actually. So we also want to change the text thing because I think I don't think that's changing it. Maybe we can set it to that. And then just do an overwrite on image caption. So like list items could be that. There we go. And then that looks pretty neat. I like that. Spanner of a light bulb though. It's weird. Just want to have the thing be bold on that, but I don't see why it's not working. Get rid of that. We can do that. So list items. Here's our guidelines again. Franklin Gothic book. Is that the style? Franklin Gothic, and then we'll have so it's actually here, not in there. Image caption. What's the name of the thing that we have? It's the after the image, after that one. What is it called? Tribute info is what it is. We should do it as section tribute info. Makes more sense that way. More semantic. Let's see. So we do it as that, and can we do font style as book? Is that a thing? How to use do I even have that? Let's see. How do I find whether or not I have that? Let's look up fonts. We can find it from here. See if we have it. We do have Franklin Gothic book. Okay, so we have it installed. I wonder if they have it on there. I'm not sure if... So it should search my computer if I have it. So this should... Okay. Yeah, that works. Font style there. Problem is, what I want to do is to make that bold in that span. So I think I need to then change font family to Franklin Gothic. Okay, but then that changes the entire thing. Why does it do that? Just the span items we want. So basically what I want is just the class for year to have that, but then why is it doing it for the entire thing? Actually list items, right? Okay, we do all year things. Yeah, so all the URLs or ULs I think we could do on there. The problem is, why is it going to there? Do I have to put spans around the other thing to control the other? So I'm setting... It must be because of the specificity. So the year selector here is that. How do I make this more specific? Or make the other one more specific, basically. Why is it applying to all of the span, though? Is it all list items who... The list items? So we want list item... span. Oh. Bizarre. It changes the entire thing. Why is it doing that? I wish I had the other IDE. I kind of want to be done with this by now. Kind of not fun. Oops. Let's see. Okay. Well, I fucked it up. Do not use that. If that has a block code. Quote, whatever. Oh, no wonder why, because I got this all fucked up. Let's try to find this where there's a space there. Yeah, let's find all these ones. That's why. That's why. That's why. I was being dumb, mama dumb, dumb, dumb. Dum dum dee dum, mama dum dum dum, dummy man, I'm a dumb. Dum 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 dum. There we go. Now if I do this, if I do year, I can set the font weight to bold, and I can change the font family of that only to Franklin Gothic, and then there we go. That's better. Okay. I think we do. I think it looks fine though. Okay. Should we make it darker rather than the light there? Maybe we can like go from light to dark or something. I don't know. Let's close that down. Okay, so we need to get, I just want to get some more content in here. That's it. And we want to get a quote here. Whole new world. There was also 1992 wins 2 Grammys. Okay. Okay. Nice. So these are the big hits though. Okay, so we could always add some more stuff here. Okay. Okay, so in 2000. In the year 2000. Wins a International Festival of the Song of Vina, and we have to get the let's copy the text. Can I just copy the text? Oh, okay, whatever. Wonder if I can get that the character. Just go try to find it. Lavinia. Let's get the Enye. The Enye. There we go. (2016). Give a few more little hits. That's personal life here. Right, so that's some good information there, I think. And there we go. And then so let's see what else they gave. Let's see, Nobel Prize States. Everybody blur. So there's got to be some like quotes and stuff on. Try to find some from maybe some of the living collaborators with him. Gave him gave some gave a quote or something. That's a good quote. I like that. Do like the other. Okay, let's put that quote up on there, and then we'll close this up. So put this here. Court of Beauty and the Beast. We'll cite you know what, let's get the shoot. What was that all about? Did I fuck that up and did I lose everything again? Let me see, because I don't know if I saved it. I don't know if I did. Fuck. I don't know if I saved everything. Oh, fuck. Oh, come on. Oh, damn it. Well, I was working on it. Jesus. That's why I wanted to download it and do it offline. Shit. Okay. Well, we tried. Retried. That sucks. That sucks indeed. Again. When will I ever learn? When will I learn? All that work. Not saved by Free Code Camp. Thanks. Great job. Great job. All right. Well, we're going to wrap it up here. And say goodbye for today. So let's get these done here. That's a real shame. I wanted to highlight that too. I wanted to share that and everything. And my gosh, I guess like the only thing I can do maybe is to like go back to the video and like try to retype it. But that's pain in the ass. Pain in the ass. Okay. Well, I hope your days are going better. And we couldn't get it all done, and we couldn't even get everything saved. So that was day 17 of 90 days of web development. Let me know how you're doing with your journeys, and I will catch you all on Monday where we will, what do we got actually on Monday? Monday we have, shoot, what do we have? Positioning, how to work with floats and positioning in CSS, and common issues with that. The z-index property, building a cat painting and a house painting. And throughout the week, we'll do some other things, some other attribute selectors, we got another certification project, and we've got a module on responsive design, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that should be it. Closing in on the end of this certification. So, yeah, I guess have a great weekend. I'll catch you all on Monday for day 18.